getting them coming? You're a good boy. I don't care what they say about you.
Are you in your class?
You what?
Are you in your class?
Uh-huh. That's your primary responsibility, is keeping the DA's office tied to this table anyway. You have a good lunch, young lady?
Yes, sir. I will. Thank you.
You got any up there, Sarah?
You ready, Your Honor?
Yeah, everybody but the DA's office is apparently. Wait, no, y'all can go back.
Oh, you're not, I thought you were sitting.
No, y'all stay back in there. We still waiting on some customers. Sorry about that. I didn't make myself clear. Let's see if it'll do any good. I wonder if it'll do any good if the judge calls.
Got a bigger stick than I do, sir.
Back in there, that room back there, and if they there, bring them.
They were in the office.
At the office, never mind, we can't go get them back there. on in, Lindsay. I think you can handle things for the state. Just have a seat right there. All right. Looks like we're all back here. We've got 15 people from Forest County up here against their will. Let's show them the respect to start when we say we're going to start. And if anybody needs to use the judge's chambers during lunch to facilitate their being here on time, we'll find a place for the courtroom or anybody that needs it for meetings during the lunch hour anyway. All right, everybody ready? Where'd Lynn? If you would bring, show the jury. Welcome back. Apologize for the short delay in getting started back. Hope everyone had a good lunch. If you didn't get enough, you'll find you some more, okay? I trust no one has lots of court instructions. Let me know if you ever do. All right, I believe the point that you were about to cross-examine a witness, you remain under the same oath. Okay.
Might proceed, John. I'd like to have this marked for, approach the witness, John.
Okay.
Captain Mahan, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as offense exhibit 7 and been provided to me in discovery representing the return on the search warrant that you talked about going to Jay Lee's apartment.
Objection, Your Honor, to him telling the witness what it is, she should identify herself.
I'll let her.
Just rephrase the search.
Can you identify that item?
Yes, it's a return to the search warrant we executed on July 10th, 2022.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it's got some account information on there. If I gave you a PIN, bank account information, would you block out that information so if we introduce it into evidence or it's published, that it wouldn't be published to anyone other than
That sounds reasonable.
if you
I see
would,
it now.
you see it
Yes.
now, would you
Yes.
please do that? We may end up burning a copy of it so it doesn't bleed through, but I'm not going to publish it, Your Honor, because in case it gets into the court, when it gets into the court file, it won't be.
Just the bank account, there's a discovery.
Yeah, I would
Credit
just
card.
better safe than sorry, Captain, if you don't mind. Think you got it all?
I think so, I barely can.
That appears
It's
to
hard
be,
to read.
other than the alterations that you just made, it appears to be the return of the search warrant of Mr. Lee's residence that you talked about previously, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll move for introduction at this time. Captain, so we have some clarity as to kind of how this went down. Y'all did a wellness check or wellness investigation. Y'all do those pretty regular, I assume, right?
Yes, sir, it's a college campus and it's not uncommon for us to,
And ultimately, according to your direct examination, it was ultimately turned over to Oxford PD, but y'all still worked with them in the investigation, correct?
yes, it was kind of like a unified command structure. I mean, both chiefs were present for a while and then,
Right, and my understanding is that occurred as far as y'all have a joint investigation, as far as the lead investigation between the two agencies, somewhere around the 11th or 12th, is that a fair statement?
we had the initial conversation. I know the night the vehicle was located at the towing
On the-
company.
On which day?
And that was,
What day was that?
I'm sorry. There's a lot of paperwork and I would rather be accurate. say on the 10th, the vehicle, we were notified that the vehicle was at Banditory.
And it was located,
Okay, I'm sorry.
so on the 10th, the, Jay Lee's vehicle was located at Bandit, correct? Told.
Bandit, yes.
And you testified previously about conversations that you had with him. And his representations to you were that he, basically is under contract to make sure people aren't illegally parked out there at that location. And I guess he has other contracts in Oxford with people to make sure people aren't taking up limited parking in those areas. Is that a fair statement? That's your understanding when you talked to him?
My understanding was, yes, similar. They make rounds apparently in the apartment complexes, and if there's illegally parked
Right.
or vehicles in that apartment complex that do not belong there, they tow them.
Right. And you testified that about 1:15, y'all came, you located that vehicle on that particular date at his service there?
No, he told us it was towed
Towed at
at 1:50 p.m.
1:50, I'm sorry. When did y'all actually get a search warrant for Jay Lee's car?
It's just a turn from car or park,
I'm past the part.
everything must be out.
Yeah.
But they'll lose some, I had the right information to help them work.
The material that I've been provided is that y'all had 2 search warrants for his car. Is that a fair statement?
I'm not sure. I'm
Okay.
trying to get through the paperwork.
To the material I've been provided, he's testifying for the witness.
What's he
I'm
done?
going to cross the recommendation, I'm going to give him some leeway.
Do you know when the first search warrant was obtained for Jay Lee's car that was located at Bandit?
Not right offhand, I don't.
All right. What about, the second search warrant for his car? Captain, it's my understanding that the search warrant that was done and the return pertaining to the Campus Walk apartment was done by UPD Detective Ben Douglas, correct? And you're familiar with
Yes.
it? You were.
I was
familiar.
actively engaged in that search warrant.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Were you at the search warrant location when they did it on the car, Jay Lee, when they?
No, I was
did the
not.
car? I want to ask you about, as to the car, I actually have 3 search warrants on the car, one pertaining to the finding of a black face mask inside Jay Lee's car. Were you present on that particular search?
No, I was not present for the search of the vehicle.
Are you familiar with whether or not UPD actually did those searches? You testified on direct that the car was down there and searches were done.
Sergeant Ben Douglas conducted the majority of the search warrants in this case. I did not, see in front of me each search warrant that was conducted.
And that's what I guess I'm trying to get to. You're not familiar with them. Ben Douglas would be the individual.
Yes, you would have to hear
Testify.
from him.
Okay. All right. I want to talk to you a little bit about some of your direct examination, and part of your investigation in this case. Would it be a fair statement, Captain, that you assisted Officer Carradine when Jose Reyes was interviewed?
I was not present for Jose's interview,
Okay. At all, at any time?
not for Jose.
Okay.
I could have been at the police department. I think her and Sergeant Douglas were the first to actually speak with Jose. I've got it.
Okay, you're familiar, did you approve the report pertaining to the interview of Jose Reyes?
On the,
It's page 52 of 133 of the 133-page report that was.
really, mine's out of order. I'm sorry, mine's not in the same order from the pages 1 to whatever. Mine's in a different order.
I just, the way it was provided to me, at the bottom right-hand corner, it has page.
Right, I'm talking about it right here in front of me. It's not in order
Oh, I'm
1 to
sorry.
100.
Take your time. I give it to him.
Okay, yeah, because my page is not. Are you talking about the one from July 11th?
Have it marked identification. approach them.
DA,
DA.
you may have to.
Just want to make sure.
Captain, I understand. I want to show you what appears to be bottom of the right-hand page,
Yes.
the number, identify the number, whether or not that appears to be your approval of the report on that particular day of Detective Officer Carey. I understand there's markings on it, but the content, does that appear to be the report?
Yes, sir.
All right. Of all 3 pages?
That one's not.
That appears to be.
Yeah, I was just,
Yeah.
that was not Jose's
Not Jose's.
interview, right?
In the middle of that page, could you tell what statement is made in there, in that report as to what Jose Reyes said pertaining to his relationship with Jimmie Lee?
Objection, Your Honor. No reproach.
You may. I don't know what the report says, so I really don't know what we're arguing about. If I did, I wouldn't have you jury step back, but tell me what we're arguing about, okay?
Well, yes, Your Honor, the report that they showed me was, I'm not sure what, is the same one that we looked at?
And if we need to get you another copy, call around and see.
The report, it says that Officer Carradine interviewed Jose, and he said that he and Jay Lee didn't hang out that much. I said, I believe they're trying to introduce this to impeach Jose. However, when Jose testified, he did clear up and say that after the school year, when Jay was busy with his internship, they didn't hang out as much. So there is no reason to introduce this to impeachment. But then when we were at the bench, opposing counsel stated that this wasn't to impeach Jose and that he just made misleading statements, but that's not, then what's the purpose? Then it's just hearsay for no reason.
2 things, Your Honor. First of all, it does have some impeachment value based on Jose's testimony.
Let me ask you this, who should you impeach Jose with instead of this witness anyway?
Your Honor, I asked Jose whether or not the relationship he had with Jimmie Lee, whether or not they were good friends or not. He said, yes, we were good friends. We've been good friends, best friends, what was testimony. That purpose, I don't necessarily have to ask him anything about the statement to this particular officer, primarily because it's a public report. I don't have to impeach him with that statement. The confrontation clause does not require that I do that. The rule 8036 does not require that I do that under this particular circumstance. It's in furtherance of her investigation, what she did, just like the information that was provided previously on the statement she acted on, she interviewed, that we discussed before the jury went in, and I had my objections that I withdrew. It's the same purpose. The impeachment aspect of it is secondary to whether or not she can testify what she did in furtherance of investigation and the content of the interviews of the individuals that she did, that she interviewed.
But, Your Honor, what is it in furtherance of? The previous time, we testified that we were saying it was in furtherance of why they then pursued search warrants for Jay's Apple account, Snapchats, and things of that nature. What is this in furtherance of? If it's being offered not to impeach Jose, which is the real reason, and not just subterfuge, if it's being offered just to see the furtherance of the investigation, he should state, what did this further in the investigation?
Your Honor, this is kind of how the questioning would go. Did he give you this statement? He's previously testified inconsistent with that, has some marginal impeachment value. They interviewed, after Jose made those statements to them, that I don't hang around him that much. They furthered their investigation and rounded back around and then interviewed him a second time. That's clearly in furtherance of their investigation, Your Honor. They took his information, acted on it, tried to clear it up, and then came back to him and interviewed him again.
I'm gonna let you ask the question. If a Butler statement is, good for the goose is good for the gander.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You ready?
Yes, let's bring the jury back in. Hang on one second.
Hold on just a second.
I don't know, I'm gonna let you ask this question, but I don't know if this, I don't know enough to know if this is the right witness to run further rabbits with. If you know what I'm talking about?
Your Honor, and
I'm gonna
again,
let you start, and then if it,
I would agree, but for the fact on direct examination, they identified her, it's over the investigation, approving everything, reviewing reports. They laid that, Your Honor, I didn't.
you're probably right, but it's gonna be, I'm not consenting to,
Everything.
I'm not consenting to everything. I am consenting to you asking this question. So.
Yes.
I just wanted to be clear, Your Honor, that we are doing this through the captain because we don't want to have to call 30 other officers, which opposing counsel is aware of.
He can call them if he wants to anyway. Go ahead. Bring the jury on this.
My approach witness, Your Honor.
You may.
I have the exhibit that you were referencing, please. You're identifying the highlighted part, and I will ask the court to allow me to place that front page. Could you give the jury benefit, what was the date of that particular report? Or statement at the top?
July 10th.
Okay. And at that time, y'all were still, as far as y'all being, UPD was basically deeply involved in the missing person aspect of Jimmie Lee, right?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell what Mr. Reyes told y'all at the time of that particular report?
The highlighted section?
Highlight cell.
Okay. Lieutenant Carradine has, I asked Jose how often he and Jimmy hung out, who is Jimmie Jay Lee. Jose stated that they did not hang out much.
Okay. As a result of that statement and a result of other interviews, did y'all find reason to go back and interview Jose Reyes?
I know there were other interviews with Jose at later dates to ask follow-up questions.
Now, as far as any interviews that you conducted, were you alone or did you do any interviews with any other officers?
Like, I didn't conduct that interview.
I understand. But my understanding is on 7/13/2022, y'all had a debriefing and I understand that yourself, Agent Stratton, and McGuire, I assume that's Shayla McGuire, is she an investigator at that time? What was her responsibilities?
Yes, how it works at our department is we have 2 full-time officers assigned to investigations, and there's other officers that supplement investigations.
Okay.
So in other words, there's more than just those 2 people on call.
Okay.
So yes, she was conducting investigative work.
Correct me if I'm wrong, is that y'all were tasked with the responsibility, y'all had information that Jose had been interviewed again, and Jose had told them an individual by the name of Janelle Davis would have a lot of information about Jimmie Lee. Is that a fair statement?
Are you saying we learned that during the briefing?
No, after the briefing, yeah, during the briefing, y'all were told that y'all were tasked to speak with the Janelle Davis.
I know we did speak with a Janelle Davis.
And the purpose of that was because, correct me if I'm wrong, is that Jose Reyes had told in an interview that Ms. Davis would be an individual that could give y'all some information about Jimmie Lee.
I know during interviews we conducted, we were asking everyone, is there people who may have information about Jay Lee's whereabouts, who knew him closer or who was closer with him?
Okay.
And Janelle, we did, Stratton, McGuire, and I did go to Janelle's.
Were you present during the interview with Janelle Davis?
I was there at her house,
All right.
yes.
Do you have that report that reflects? Same objection. They interviewed the lady further to their investigation. It found out the man had given misinformation. They went back and checked.
I don't know what the questions are anyway. I don't know what Ms. Davis had to say.
Can you locate the report?
Let's find the report and I'll know.
Can you find the report?
On your copy, does it, I'm just trying to find it quicker.
When you interviewed Janelle Davis?
I know, I recall I wrote a report on that.
I got it, John.
Anything to get the copy back there,
Ma'am?
if you need to make a copy for you, we can get that
I
done.
think I have it, I'm sorry. The one completed on 7/13 by McGuire.
It said- Yes. It
Is that the
said-
one you're referring to?
Yes, if you look on the bottom right, it says page number 59 of 103, 133.
That's not. My pages are
Let me
different,
just
but
show you, I marked identification.
I'm thinking it was the same. It's the same. I think so.
All right. And what is it you're marking there?
Marking the report. I'll have her identified.
Hang on a second. What is it you're marking?
The report she's referencing,
Captain report of who?
Captain Mayhew.
All right, mine are McGuire's.
Your Honor, I would just ask that the witness actually, what's happening here, the attorney is identifying it. That the witness identifies something before it's marked for ID.
Let's,
Court
I
asked.
have a hard time keeping what it is. Let her identify it, so I'll know what to write down on my little piece of paper here anyway, okay?
Judge, you said, tell me what it was, so I told you what it was.
All right, what is, let her look at it, tell me what that
Let's have
document.
it marked for identification first.
Okay, get it, mark it for identification and let her, and then let somebody tell me what it is anyway.
My approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Captain Mayhew, I want to, said you had located it in your
I think it's maybe the same one.
same one we're talking about. Look at this D9 and compare it to.
This is Lieutenant McGuire's
Yes.
report approved on 8/5/22 at 4:57.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, this is Lieutenant McGuire's
that's correct.
report. Okay,
And
yes.
you along with, according to this report,
Report of Lieutenant who?
Shayla McGuire,
McGrath.
McGuire.
Judge, for your reference, you can keep it simple. Be page 59 through 61 of 133. If you would, Captain, look over that report and tell me whether or not it fairly and accurately depicts the interview y'all had with Janelle Davis after Jose told y'all that she could give you information about it. Does it appear to be accurate?
Yes, sir.
And
It's a long report.
What was it that she told y'all after Jose Reyes has stated that she could provide a lot of information? What did she tell you?
Objection, Your Honor, to hearsay.
I'm going to, wear y'all's feet out walking today, but, step back in there for a second anyway, and, y'all can, it's all right. what's the objection?
My objection is hearsay because in the report, I believe it says something to the effect of Janelle stated that she and Jay Lee weren't really friends. Jay's more friends with Jose, and she doesn't know why Jose would say that. My objection is hearsay because it's not in furtherance of the investigation. If that's what we're talking about, then we look back to the Butler case. The Butler case stated that you can't go into detail, which was the problem with when she was trying to say what Khalid said, but you can say like what happened. So the response is, we learned that Janelle didn't know Jay Lee. But what they are attempting to do, and what they've been doing this entire time, is trying to testify for the witness and get into hearsay documents, having these things all marked for identification.
Back up one more time and tell me what is supposedly said in the statement that in the report has a statement from Janelle.
Yes.
What is that statement that we're referring to?
It's supposed to be that Janelle states that she was not close to Jay Lee, she doesn't really know him, and she knows him because he's Jose's friend, and that Janelle doesn't know why Jose would say that she was close to him. I'm pretty sure that's like the summation of it.
I'm gonna give the defense an opportunity to say how's that statement used in furtherance of the investigation.
Thank you, Your Honor. My understanding is, according to the reports she testified to, that they went back and interviewed, Jose said, talk to Janelle, she knows everything you need to know about Jay Lee, after he said we're not really that close. They go interview Janelle in this report, and she says, I have no idea why he would tell you all that. I don't know him that well. I don't have any idea why Jose would have told y'all that information. Basically, Jose misrepresenting to the officers his relationship with Jay Lee, first of all, and there's some other things in this statement that I hadn't gotten to yet as to Jose's conduct, what she told him Jose did after they had Janelle talk with Jose.
Your Honor,
Let me
attempting to impeach.
let me once again ask you how did the law enforcement respond, if any, in furtherance of investigation of that?
Gonna ask her.
Do what?
I'll ask her what they did in response to that after they got that information. They ultimately cleared him as a suspect. That's not the point of the examination, is whether or not he's being deceptive. And in the report, they state in another report that I'm going to get to next, they state in the report that Jose's being deceptive in his responses about his relationship and other things he may know about Jimmie Lee. The young man was ultimately cleared as a suspect. That's not the point of the cross-examination, Your Honor. It's whether or not he's being deceptive, he's providing information that's misleading to law enforcement officers.
Your Honor, it seems, from my understanding, that first we went into that Jose said he wasn't that close to Jay Lee or didn't talk to him that much, which was some moderate impeachment value, but in furtherance of the investigation. And then Jose said, talk to Janelle, which he could have been asked, but Jose wasn't asked on the stand. Now we're attempting to impeach the statement that Jose gave to an officer in a report that he didn't say on the stand. We're trying to impeach a police report with another police report.
I'm not going to allow you, for impeachment purposes, to impeach Jose on something you didn't ask Jose.
This is not offered for impeachment purposes. I didn't ask Jose that because it's in her report, Your Honor. They got information from Janelle. Janelle said he gave Janelle's name, then they go talk to Janelle. I didn't have to ask him that question. Under 8036, all I've got to do is say, in furtherance of your investigation, did Jose Reyes provide y'all deceptive information? In during the course of your investigation. Yes, what was that deceptive information? First, he told us one thing.
said that.
We checked it out through Janelle. She said that was wrong. We went back and furthered the investigation to, he was a suspect, he was clear, but it still doesn't get past the fact he was providing misleading and false information on the early stages of this investigation, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if they had just asked the question,
Have to
but
ask
that,
the
then
question.
he,
Hang on a second.
I don't have to
I-
ask
I-
the question. It has nothing to do.
Hang on a second, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. If this person, if this witness is the person that has, is in charge from the University Police Department investigation, I'm gonna let you ask them, did Jose Reyes, was all the information Jose Reyes provided you accurate?
Truthful, not deceptive.
And
What was that based on?
and ask you what you're based on. I'm gonna let you ask. I'm gonna let you ask that. But we're gonna, let's don't go around the world to get there.
Well, Your Honor, it has to be a situation where the jury understands basically that there's statements from certain people.
but that's exactly it, Your Honor. He's trying to, you could just say deceptive information. He just said it right there. He's trying to get in substantively statements from other people that he could call. They're not here.
Judge, we're back to Butler now. It's the
No.
same argument she
I don't think it's necessarily this is in furtherance of the investigation. I'm not gonna prohibit you from calling any witness you want to, I will ask you, let you ask the general question of, did y'all interview Jose Reyes? Was all the information he provided you true and correct? Did your investigation show that all the information is true and correct? No, it wasn't. But as to prove specific instances of incorrect information, I'm gonna let you call witnesses to put them on if you want to.
Your Honor, again, if you look under 8036, I don't have to do that. The confrontation clause, all those things that are required but the state would have to do that. I don't have to do that, as the defendant does not have to do that under the rule. Public report, contents of it, ask about whether or not it's accurate, things that you do in furtherance of this investigation, are they reflected in this report? I will summarize my questions if that's what the court's telling me to do. It's going to be misleading to this jury if they say, well, they didn't.
All right, y'all step back. I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm going to allow you to ask this witness, did you get statements from Jose Reyes? Did you follow up on any of the information he got? What did you follow up on? We talked to
Janelle.
Yeah, that person. What did Jose Reyes tell you, who you could talk to? He said, talk to the females. He said they were close. Did she agree or disagree with they were close? All right, and if there's other instances along those lines wherein that something Mr. Reyes said that you think were deceptive, I'm gonna let you ask them anyway.
I want to be perfectly clear with the court, counsel opposite. I'm not trying to advance the theory that Mr. Reyes is a suspect in this case. No way, shape, form, or fashion. That's not the purpose of the examination. The examination is early on, deception, he misrepresented facts, then could possibly have impeded investigation, gave misleading information.
I'm going to give you I'm gonna give you some latitude in that regard, and I'll, state can object when they think so, and I may farm if they don't anyway. I'm gonna say when we've gone far enough, okay?
Judge, again, they talked about all this download stuff, and everybody's secretive, and everybody's keeping things, that's their whole theory, what they talked about. I'm just trying to establish that it's basically throughout several witnesses that they talked to, they were.
I'm gonna give you some latitude
Thank you, Your Honor.
to
I'll be
ask
quick about it.
to ask this witness, did you talk to Mr. Ruiz? Did he give you any names of somebody that might be close to
Your
Jay
Honor, I
Lee?
think I can ask a question. Did you provide conflicting information from witnesses that were referred to you by Jose Reyes as the content of their statement? I think her answer said it's
I'm
going to be
gonna
yes.
give you some latitude with it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bring the jury back in. You can continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you. Captain, as far as you were present during the conversations, several interviews, and the conversation that you had with Janelle Davis, you were present during that interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Janelle Davis was given to you by Jose Reyes, correct?
Say that again.
Jose Reyes told you to go see Janelle Davis, correct?
Said, yeah, Jose said that, told officers that Jay Lee and Janelle were close.
Basically, if anyone knew about the details of anybody having a relationship with Jay Lee, it would be Janelle, correct? That's what he told you.
Yes.
All right. And did you follow up on that information that he provided to you?
Yes.
Did you receive inconsistent information or contradictory information from Janelle Davis when you interviewed her?
We learned from Janelle that she does not specifically hang out with Jay Lee and does not talk to him on a regular basis. What was your other question? What was your other question?
My
I'm
question
sorry.
was, when you interviewed Janelle, did you find that her responses to the relationship that Jose told you about between Jay Lee and Janelle, she denied that relationship, correct?
I think he alluded to a very close friends.
And she said they were not at all.
She said Jose has close friends.
Okay. I want you to go down to the middle of the page down there. I'll show you the line.
Okay.
I want you to read it first, then I'm going to ask you a question. See where it says Janelle said?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered. She has answered what Janelle said. Your Honor's direction, when we have the conference outside of the presence of the jury.
Your Honor, still,
Well, let me ask you this, I took it that she was reading from something there, is that correct?
yeah, it's still parts of the conversation
You
she had.
could, if there's additional parts to it anyway, I'll give you an opportunity just to
Thank you, Your Honor.
flesh that all out.
If you would read from where it says Janelle said, just to refresh your recollection if you need to.
And I'll give you the opportunity to,
Before,
it all.
before accordingly, read that, just read that for me. Not out loud, just read it and I'll ask you some questions, okay? Tell me when you have an opportunity to read it.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. And that's still continuing part of the interview with Janelle, correct? That part of that statement that I asked you to read, right?
Yes.
Okay. And summarizing, basically, Janelle informed y'all that not only had Jose misrepresented their relationship, he actually came out to her house and informed Janelle as to what the law enforcement officers were doing, correct?
She said, she did tell us that he had came to her house after his interview.
And said what?
It's basically explained to her what kind of questions we were asking him.
a little bit louder now.
Sorry. Basically explained to her what kind of questions about Jay Lee, his relationships.
In
Sexual.
fact, what it says is,
Objection, Your Honor, to what it says. He's testifying for the witness. This is a collateral issue. I think the point has been made, which, quite honestly, I don't know.
I don't know what it says, so I can't,
I'll basically sum it up. Janelle told y'all that Jose had come to her house after his interview and told her that they were asking about Jay Lee's relationship, sex partners, routines, friends, whereabouts, and contacts, correct? That's what Janelle told you, right? After
Yeah.
his interview.
Yes, after his interview, he did go to her house and explain to her what we were asking him.
All right, thank you. Did you find yourself involved in this same report, I believe, you also investigated a lot of people early on. I mean, you had a lot of leads and things like that, right? I mean, people were calling.
Yes, there were people calling. We were running multiple directions all at the same time.
All the time. You had an opportunity, did you not, to interview an individual by the name Timberland Maddox, right? Next page. You remember him?
Next page. It appears that OPD and Metro narcotics agents were interviewing Mathis.
Okay, it's got you down here as reporting officer. Were you present during that interview?
I'm not Shayla McGuire.
I'm sorry, excuse me. You're the approving officer, I'm sorry.
I approve her reports because she reported directly to me. Whoever's
I'm sorry.
supervisor approves their report, so it follows a chain. So a
Understand.
lieutenant's report, I approve.
That's correct, I'm sorry. But you approved the report wherein Mr. Mathis was interviewed as well, correct?
I approved Lieutenant McGuire's report based
Correct.
on the information she was privy to, yes.
And did she provide that information to you individually, or is that something you just approved the report, typed it in, done with it?
This I'll have to actually read and recall. I knew at one point, I did know about Timberland Mathis. I was not there actually watching the interview. It appears that Lieutenant McGuire documented her viewing of the interview.
Okay, you were not present during the Mathis interview.
I'm not going to say I wasn't present. I was not in the room when they were interviewing him,
Okay.
and I'm not sure I was watching it on a screen when they were
Okay.
interviewing him.
Do you remember, I mean, you were sitting outside
I
watching?
rem- No, I don't remember. I remember the name, TJ Mathis, because later we had to do other follow-up.
If you would, look at
Interviews
that
with me.
report. It sounds like you were involved in that part of the investigation, what you're telling us, you were watching on the screen. And look down about middle of the page where it says Mathis seemed, and read there from the remaining of the page. Tell me if you remember anything about the activity of Mr. Mathis after you've had the opportunity to read that.
I per se don't remember. Lieutenant McGuire would most likely be the best person. I mean, I did approve this report
But
based
the
on.
I guess I want to clear this up. The conduct that's identified on this report,
Yes, sir.
that's her observations, not yours.
Absolutely.
All right,
Yes.
thank you. Now, do you remember, you testified earlier that you decided to reach out to the previous roommates of Mr. Lee, correct?
We did reach out to Austin and Jamie,
Okay,
who were identified as Jay Lee's roommates.
All
that
right.
Moved out in May.
who are those two roommates that he had, but they moved out in May, I believe, right? Sometime in May?
Yes.
All right, did you interview both of those?
No, I talked to Austin on the phone, and I think Lieutenant McGuire actually spoke to Jamie.
Okay. As far as, there was an individual by the name of Adams that I believe that you interviewed, is that correct, one of the roommates?
I think that's Austin's last name. I'll have to confirm here.
Austin Adams, is that his name?
I think so.
Okay. Do you remember what he told you about Jay Lee's routine and habit? He had hookups come over, we talked about hookups earlier. When he had hookups come over to his apartment. You remember independently, before you look at your report, what he told you?
Say that again.
Do you remember what Adams told you about what Jay Lee's routine and habit was, the things that he said about occurred, didn't occur when hookups, he brought hookups back to his place?
I mean, right off the top of my head, I remember
Okay.
without looking at the exact report.
I'll try to find it for you. Look on page 74 of your report, please, ma'am.
Okay, I think when I printed mine out, it's printed out different than yours.
Maybe 60, I'm sorry, 63.
What specific date?
That, I've got 7/14 to 2022, is the identifying date and 800 hours at the top. It's a report of Shayla McGuire, but, it references the fact that you made contact with Austin Adams by phone.
I did contact Austin by phone, and I do recall in her report, she put that I put it on speakerphone. So she could, I just gotta find it.
Can you lean up your microphone?
Okay, I do recall that I contacted Adams, I called him by phone, put him on speakerphone.
find out before you. When I got it, let me have it.
I apologize.
It's D10.
Your Honor, likewise, I will clean a copy of it.
Really. If it's ultimately for ID only, you want to clean it up.
My approach on.
Okay?
Captain, if you look at this, does this appear to be fair and accurate? Other than the yellow marking on there, fair and accurate report on that particular date, that particular page of the 133 cumulative report, does appear to be it?
Yes, yeah, I just need to skim through it.
Report of who?
It's Lieutenant McGuire's report.
Why?
McGuire, I'm sorry, Judge. It's 60, page 63 of 133, Judge. In the middle of that page, read that, if you would, to take it where that fairly and accurately fits the phone interview that you had with the ex-roommate of Mr. Lee on the phone.
Yes, there's also a report by me somewhere. There's also a report I did
Well, I
on
saw
that.
that it said description, see, more description down there, but I don't have that report. Do you have that
I'm
report?
trying to,
But you can,
I-
before we get to that, you
okay,
give the court the benefit of what Mr. Austin told you about Jay Lee's routine and habit, the way he conducted himself when hookups would come to the, he'd bring them over to the apartment.
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor. Because, again, at least the other witnesses, well, may we approach?
Come on up. Talk about it, form any opinions. as they get in there. But before you start making arguments, I want somebody to read into the record a portion of the, of this document that's in controversy, so that the record is clear about what we are about.
And she read it into the record. Yeah.
Basically, it would start like this, Your Honor. Explained that he'd seen a black male and a Hispanic male frequent the apartment of Jay Lee. Officer said the Hispanic is feminine, and from his description, we believe that to be Jose Reyes. No question about that. According to Austin, the black male was masculine and tall. He said that during the time this black male frequented Jay Lee, had talked to Austin and said that he was in a relationship with someone that was very aggressive. Austin also said that he and Jay Lee shared a wall in their apartment because their bedrooms were on either side of the wall, and Jay Lee told Austin many times that if he knocked on the wall 2 times, it meant he needed help.
And that's what you're going to ask this witness to
Your Honor,
read.
Austin said that a black male that frequented the apartment could be an aggressive person. Jay Lee described that the person Jay Lee described because Austin said it was about the same time.
And my objection, Your Honor, is twofold. One, I agree that Butler can be done in furtherance of the investigation, but even as Your Honor limited it to, oh, not what someone said. Because it says in the Butler case, you can't go into detail. It'd be one thing if she was asked, did you learn of suspects? We learned of another black male, but you want her to read the entirety of Austin Adams' statement.
I'm gonna make my ruling. I'm gonna let the defense ask, I'm not gonna let the witness read this entire paragraph here. I'll ask you, I'll say that, had Austin, did he report to you that there had been he was in a relationship with an aggressive black man?
Told him to knock on the wall.
I'll let you ask that, but I'm not gonna let you read the whole thing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I think that,
Thank you, Your Honor.
in developing prospects, in the course of your investigation, in developing prospects or suspects, did you consider this? That would be a proper application of Butler, that in considering suspects in the course of your investigation, did you receive this information from Austin? Let's bring the jury back in. Y'all just come. Gwen.
Approach on.
You may.
Captain, before we had the break, you were making reference to that particular report, and at the bottom of the paragraph, it made reference to the fact that something that you'd had more information on the report, correct? Or something?
Yes, Lieutenant McGuire.
I want to hand you D11 and tell me if that's the report, I believe it is, that you were referencing.
Yes, I found mine.
So, yeah, you found yours, okay.
Yes,
So what we're talking about, better reflected in D11 than D10, right? Because that's a summary of somebody else's report.
right.
Fair enough.
Yes, this is my report.
So my understanding is that you interviewed a roommate, and the roommate told you that there was an aggressive black male that would come over and come in with Jay Lee. Is that correct?
He said that somebody had come over and got aggressive with him, and that if any time in the future, if he heard him knock on the wall, that meant he needed help.
Right. Knock on the wall twice, that mean he needed help, right? That's what he told you.
Yes,
Okay. The bottom of the report, he also indicated that, anyway, that's all I have with that particular. Okay, Captain. Exhibits 1, I believe. 2. Were you present during the interview with Khalif Pierce, testified on direct? The first interview was, I believe, the 11th, I believe.
the first interview where Lieutenant Carradine and I called him,
Right.
I was present. Well, yes, we put him on speakerphone.
Right. And did you ever interview him in person?
Yes, Lieutenant McGuire and I went to his house, his apartment one day.
Okay. And I want to hand you what's been hard for me today. At this point in time, it's D2. Your Honor, this is D2 already, but it is page 57 to 133. If you're keeping up with the pages, Your Honor.
This is D2.
It's D2, but the pages numbers on the report are 57 and 58 to 133. Would you look at D2 for me, please, ma'am? And answer whether or not that appears to be the report indicating the interview between you and you were engaged in with Mr. Fears.
Yes.
Can you hand it back to the police, ma'am? Does it be fair and accurate, does it appear to be fair and accurate as to what transpired in the interview in its entirety? Have you had opportunity to read the entire thing?
No, I haven't read the whole thing.
Please do if you don't mind, it's pretty important.
Okay.
Chief, gentlemen, both sides, as I understand it, everything that's going on here today, witness testimony is being live streamed. Make sure your witnesses aren't viewing the live stream. That would be a violation of the rule anyway. So like, everybody make sure that just because somebody's not sitting in the courtroom, that they're not watching this proceedings, Your
Honor,
Honor.
I've instructed our witnesses not to do
I
that.
just want to make sure, I'm gonna make sure both of you done that anyway. And reinforce it with them from time to time, okay?
She's got it. Oh, okay. She's got it. I didn't see it listed on there. What is it?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you may have noticed we've been playing musical chairs for court reporters because I think their fingers are getting tired. We're doing a lot of talking every day. We got to rest their fingers from time to time anyway.
Your Honor, do you mind if we look at that exhibit?
Go ahead, I would encourage you to do so. And, while y'all are looking, I'll be right back. I'm just working under the assumption y'all taking the close bathroom and y'all can get a break. You can't, but I haven't had that luxury. All right, did everybody get a chance to read what they were wanting to read? Mr. Creekmore, y'all good? Gwen, you good?
Oh, on the exhibit? Yes, sir.
Yeah, y'all get a chance to read it? Everybody ready then?
She's about done with it.
Okay.
Yes. Maybe just make all the changes before we get the haircut.
Yes.
They say they control it from down here to the building.
And I got a house code on to keep me warm on top of that anyway, but, it is getting sort of warm. Mr. Clerk? All right, so you done all you can do. We can go flip a breaker if we have to. We'll override. All right.
Sorry, there's a lot of moving parts in this report.
Ma'am?
There's a lot of moving parts in this report, yes.
All right. That's your report, is that correct?
It's Lieutenant McGuire's.
You were present during the interview of Caleb Fears?
Khalid, yes.
Khalid, yeah, Khalid, I'm sorry.
That's what I call it.
And the content of this report, accurate, fair and accurate, is everything, I mean, it's true, it's inaccurate?
I don't think it's inaccurate. No, I'd
Okay.
accept it for
Did
the
you
truth.
recall the conversation that y'all had with Mr. Spears and the information that he provided to you?
Yes,
All right. When he told you that that Khalid explained that Jack was at that he and Jay Lee used to hook up, meaning for sexual acts of favor with other males currently in the area. He told y'all that?
yes, I took it to understand is they both use their app to get hookups for each of them themselves.
And Khalid explained to us that Jay Lee uses apps such as Jack, BLK, and Grindr. Now, in your report, you got Jack in quotations, BLK in quotation, and Grindr in quotations. Or in this report, it's your report,
It's Lieutenant McGuire's report.
man.
I'm sorry. Yeah, yes, I was present. Yes,
But you remember him making those representations to y'all, to you and Lieutenant McGuire?
about
That's-
the apps they use. Yes,
All right. Statement to the contrary would not be true, would it, by Mr. Peters? If he said he didn't tell you that, that would not be true, would it?
I mean that's what he told us. It's
Okay, that's what I'm
documented.
Did he provide you any other information about, well, he did provide you other information about Jay's routine and habit as to his hookups, who he liked to hang out with, things of that nature, right?
Like, you're talking about the sexual contacts with heterosexual men that don't expose that they have those relationships? Yes,
He told you that, right?
yes.
Now, I want to get you to Molly Bar, and during the course of your investigation, you ended up going to Molly Bar, did you not, Captain?
I did.
Tell me-
Oxford Police Department was having a briefing out there.
The first time you made it out to Molly Bar, if you recall what date that was. And if you would, tell us who you remember being there.
I remember going out to Molly Bar with a briefing with Oxford Police Department, so there were a lot of officers there. I'm unsure if that's the very first date. I have to confirm it.
Would it have been on the same date that y'all located the vehicle at Bandit?
I don't know. I know at Molly Gore Apartments, I had a conversation with a tow truck driver.
And could you tell me, correct me if I'm wrong, y'all did some searching out there, and according to one of the reports, y'all broke up into groups of 3 or 4 and looked around for evidence, correct, in that area?
If you're referring to, we broke up, like, to knock on the doors to kind of canvass the area for any witnesses or anybody that may have seen Jay Lee or other evidentiary items. Yes, we did that.
Okay. But correct me if I'm wrong, y'all put metal detectors out there and things of that nature?
I was not present
You were not
during
present.
that day.
Were you
no.
there when that was the second search?
I was not present when the metal detectors, I knew Lieutenant Carradine, and I know Lieutenant Carradine was involved. I'm unsure Lieutenant McGuire may have been involved that day. I don't know. I was not there that day or something. I was not with them.
Okay, that would have been a different occasion. But the time you went out there, how many people searched, and would you fair statement that y'all knocked on some doors, asked some people some questions, and you came across an individual by the name of Kevin Kozar?
Kevin Cozart. I don't think, for me, I don't think that was the first time I was out there. I think it was the second time Lieutenant McGuire and I went back one evening, and it may have been the same day. I'd have to confirm.
A lot, a big report,
It's a
big
long
file.
time ago, yes.
But tell us about your contact with Kevin Kozar and what transpired out there when you talked to Mr. Kozar. How did it come to be that you talked to Mr. Kozar?
Okay, so I recall now, we went back out there to just like take more pictures of vehicles that were in the area to see if anything, I guess, was different. And we saw a couple of individuals that we knew from working on campus. We talked to them, and Lieutenant McGuire spoke to somebody as they were driving by, and I talked to the tow truck driver at that point. And the 2 individuals we knew from like working on campus, they told us Kevin Kozart lived out there, and we were familiar with Kevin Kozart because he works on campus. So we went to his door and knocked on his door and asked him, could he explain basically the lifestyle that if you identify as a male and you present as a female, to explain and help us understand that lifestyle. So,
That was your understanding, was it not? Clear up a little confusion here that you were asking Mr. Kozar, explain the lifestyle of basically a man dressing up as a woman, right?
well, that
lifestyle, well, that's what Jay Lee was doing.
a totality of the circumstances. We wanted to know also had he ever seen Jay Lee at those apartments? And he talked about, Kevin talked about, I think I wrote specifically in my report, his snarky mouth.
Objection, Your Honor. Have we approached?
around too much anyway.
Your Honor,
It's my objection.
It's not your fault. I can't hear you. I can hear these
I'm
other
sorry.
folks anyway, and you're doing your best. It's just my
I'm trying
hearing.
not to have the jury hear what
I
I say.
understand, so please not put the jury back in.
Your Honor,
I wanna-
before we get started,
What now?
this young lady's doing a fine job. She's doing what she can do, what she's trying her case. She looked to the jury and apologized to the jury. I don't think we need any of that type of conduct. Told the jury she was so sorry. We don't need any that type of stuff.
I didn't see that, but listen.
Well,
When
Y'all
did I
pretend,
do that?
y'all pretend the jury ain't there from this point forward, anyway.
Your Honor, I accidentally hit him with my pen when we were at the bench, and I said sorry to him. But I never did that. Never did that.
We,
Where was I sitting?
I'm just going, well, it's going up. We just won't talk to the jury anyway. All right, go ahead and, tell me, I don't know what the contents of this report is. That's one thing about being the judge. I find out when the jury finds out, or sometimes before. But, what is the controversy at this point?
Your Honor, the controversy is, my original objection, actually when I came to the bench, was I thought they were trying to get into character of the victim. But then when he stated what he was trying to get into, it was just to establish that people at Molly Bar knew Jay Lee, which he already said that Kevin Kozar, that people were familiar with Jay Lee. That's already been testified to. Now you're trying to get into what they said. But if you actually get into what they said, Kevin Kozar and the other two people who work at the school that they interviewed there, or other one person, they said they didn't know that Jay Lee knew anybody at Molly Bar, and they also said that they only knew Jay in a professional capacity. So they don't actually say that. So now my objection has changed into that he is trying to mislead the jury, to imply, because he said he was up there, to make it seem like, oh, Jay had no reason to be there.
Let me hear the source of any information that, I'm really, I assume that, I understand from the defense, they're trying to elicit information, present information to the jury that it would not be unusual for Jay Lee's car or Jay Lee to be at Molly Bar apartment. Would that be correct?
Your Honor, yes, but I'm not saying it'd be unusual or not unusual. We're saying that during the course of their investigation, this officer, she was answering the question, I didn't elicit it from her, that she came across Kevin Kozar. She knew Kevin Kozar. He lived out there. Kevin Kozar knew Jay Lee. They were in a group together called Code Pink that I hadn't gotten to yet, and that's how they knew each other. Kozar knew Jay Lee. Jay Lee knew Kozar, and they were in a group together called Code Pink, and they had a relationship. He knew him and knew him well. Establish whether or not Kevin Kozar says he never came to the apartment or not, that's beside the point.
Let me, I don't know what the relevance, unless Kozar is gonna say that it's not unusual for Jay Lee to be at these apartments, or Jay Lee to car to be at this apartment complex. I don't know the relevance of who he might have known at those apartments.
Because, Your Honor, he didn't know, those witnesses say they've never seen him there, and he has no reason, they don't know he knows anyone there, so there is no relevance.
What
I
witnesses
will
is she
say this.
talking about?
Kevin
I haven't
Kozar.
put any witnesses on to say that. What witnesses is she referencing as saying that they don't know him? Kevin Carter,
I didn't say
I
they
mean,
didn't know him. I didn't say that.
I will,
Kozar
I,
is trying to establish his car was found at Molly Bar. He knew somebody out there and had a relationship with that person. Your Honor, that's relevant.
I'm gonna let you, I can see that be relevant, that Jay Lee whether he had a friend at that apartment complex would be relevant. I don't see we need to go around the world to get there. But I'm gonna let you ask this officer,
That's all I was trying to establish, Your Honor.
all right.
Wait,
I'm gonna let you establish that, that this, at least one person there at the apartment complex, was an associate of Jay Lee. You know, if somebody came to my, if somebody's car was found across the road from my house anyway, well, you know the guy lives there, you know, and, that's.
Saying this is
Your Honor,
one
I
of the
don't-
individuals they interviewed, you said they knew Jay Lee, he lived at the apartment complex.
But let's,
I've been
all that
trying
other-
to get
let's.
Your Honor, I don't have an
let's-
objection to
Let's get
that.
it back to very simple, simple facts of that anyway. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I don't have an objection to that he knew someone at the apartment complex. I have an objection to the misleading way in which he's saying it, because when we go up to the bench, he changes when he comes back here.
Judge, I asked the lady the question how
Let me-
anything
let me-
took place.
let
I
me-
never asked her another question.
Let me speak a little while. Let me speak a little while. I'm gonna let you ask the question is, did you interview, Mr. Kozar? Did Mr. Kozar did Mr. Kozar indicated that he knew and had associations with, Mr. Jay Lee? And he was somebody that he knew in that apartment complex. And then we'll move on.
That's
All right? I think that's relevant information. Go ahead. Yeah. Bear with us. I told you there'd be some delay. Blame them on me. Contrary to what most people think, most everything you've heard here for the last 2 days, I'm hearing it at the same time you are for the first time. And it's hard for me to make rulings on objections till I know what's going to be said. And so that's part of the reason for the delay. I've got to figure out what they're arguing about before I can make a decision, and that's just the way it is. Some cases we've had knockdown, drag out fights beforehand about specific evidentiary issues, but this one I'm hearing it for the first time like you are anyway. So you may proceed along with in court instructions.
Thank you. Captain, you were talking about in your report that you identified Mr. Kozart, you knew him and all that kind of stuff. Were you able to establish that Mr. Kozart and Jay Lee knew each other?
He was familiar with other LGBTQI students on campus, yes.
And they were actually in a group together called Code Pink.
I'm not sure about being in a group together called Code Pink. He did say, he gave us the name of some other individuals. One was an individual who was the organizer of Code Pink, and to my understanding, Code Pink is
He was familiar with the fact that Jay Lee was in Code Pink. At one time.
yes, I
That's
think.
how he knew. He lived
Yes,
in apartment
because-
23 at Molly Bar, correct?
This says apartment 22.
22?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you indicated that y'all knocked on some doors. Do you remember how many, were there apartments there that y'all knocked on that you didn't get a response to on the first time that you went?
The first time, I think that may be in one of Lieutenant Carradine Jones or McGuire's reports.
And did you?
I was there, I was not actively walking around with each individual officer. I was on scene.
Right, I understand. But when they got back together, there were some apartments that people weren't at home. And I think there's a report indicating that they were, like, talked to 4 people or 5 people in the apartment, but the remainder of the people in the apartments either were at work or were not at home. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, I would think it'd be fair to say there were people not at home during that time.
Right.
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you know whether or not any search warrants or any consent to searches were ever effected on any apartment at Molly Park?
I'm not sure. Again, Sergeant Douglas, or either officer, police department officers.
Go ahead, Doug. Would, I missed one. Eli Davis, did you talk to Eli Davis out there?
I did.
You did? Look at page 39 of your report, please. Correct me if I'm wrong.
This is my report on July 11th. We stopped and spoke with
I'm just trying to establish again.
Eli and Isabel.
Excuse me?
We stopped and spoke with Eli and Isabel. Her
Okay.
partner.
Isabel Teller, right?
Yes,
At Molly Bar Trails.
yes.
Were you able to establish whether or not Eli and Isabel Teller had a relationship or knew Jay Lee?
Eli said he was friends with Jay Lee on like social media apps. And he said he'd never seen him in that area. I spoke, okay.
But you were able to determine that basically that he knew enough about him, he had a report due that week or something like that. They were at least friends on Facebook, correct?
Yeah, they were friends on social media, and he believed Dr. Buford. Yes, he had a project due.
So it was not based on your investigation, based on what you, after your interviews with certain people involving Jay Lee's habits, his conduct, things of that nature. It was not unusual for Jay Lee to have hookups with strangers, fair enough?
I don't know how long of a time frame you want to call a stranger. I'm not, I don't get, you know what I'm saying?
People that he didn't know very well.
Objection, speculation.
I sustain the objection.
I withdraw the question.
All right. I've given you lots of little bitty breaks. Do y'all want another break? All right, I see a lot of head shaking no's. I'm taking your word for it anyway. I appreciate that.
Can we take a break?
Y'all run the bathroom.
And
I'll give y'all one.
can I?
I'm gonna get the witness a break too. She's been here for 2 hours. I am gonna take it, y'all wanna stay right there?
Your Honor, we can take a matter, that has to do with the next.
Y'all gonna get a break whether you want one or not, anyway. And you make break, okay? No reason for this witness to be here during this. All right,
Judge Latham.
Just, we're gonna replace the
Marked
marked
up,
DA on
okay.
one of them. I'm gonna do the rest of them later.
okay. But if they're Friday only, I don't care if you replace them or not anyway.
Well, I may,
You may try.
well, I may introduce some of them depending on what happens.
Go ahead. You got something?
Pre-mark exhibits, is that okay with you?
Go ahead and pre-mark them then anyway.
Your Honor, I got, before they start, I had one more question that I meant to ask the witness about. One
Okay.
quick question.
On redirect, on cross?
Yeah, just one
I'll
question.
give you an opportunity when they get started anyway. Brooke, I know it's in your job description, but would you find me a bottle of water? They some up here, but
Saw Cabinet S, no. Is she doing it?
Okay,
California?
Rick.
She lost his goose in California.
I loved it out there.
Was it good?
It was
What's
good.
her
It was
name?
good.
She said you saw Kendall out there?
Kendall Brown. He
Kendall
lives
Brown?
out there.
Oh, does he?
Yeah,
Is
he
he-
went back home.
he's-
He was from out there.
Oh, okay, I didn't know.
Yeah, him and his mom's from Mississippi, but they
But
met
he's
in
a
the
federal,
military.
he's federal. ain't he?
No, that's Jeremy. Jeremy's here.
Jerry's been waiting long enough, thank you. All right, I'm gonna let you have one more question and do something. All right, go ahead and bring Jerry in. All right, I appreciate your patience with us, and we did do some things while we were on the break. I think in the long run, we'll shorten the process down a little bit as far as marking exhibits and such. I believe you had another question or two.
Just clean something
Go
up.
ahead.
Captain, you've been on the stand a long time, I know, and I want to ask you something real quick. I don't want to leave the impression something left kind of great. We talked about Eli Davis and Isabel Teller. They live in, according to the report, correct me if I'm wrong, they lived in apartment 22?
Isabel and Eli, yes, both live in apartment 22.
Yeah,
That's what I
and
have.
Cosart, did he live with them? He lived in 23.
Wait, this is a different building. Well,
So, can I just read just quickly? My
Yeah.
understanding is that Isabel and Eli were engaged and they lived in apartment 22. That's what they represented. Fair enough?
yes,
And I thought that you testified that Kevin Cosart lived in 22. Did he live in 22 or 23?
we went to another area to speak to him.
Okay,
I can't
different apartments.
honestly. Yes,
Yeah, 'cause
we
I
knocked
thought
on
you
his door.
testified he lived in
I
22.
apologize.
They lived in 22, but they lived in separate apartments. Fair statement?
Separate, and maybe even separate buildings. I just know where I was at, I went to a different location.
And also, Eli told you that Jennifer Buford was the professor that was overseeing the projects about the homework for Jay Lee that he referenced, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what Eli told you, right?
That is what Eli told me.
Thank you, that's all I had. And one more thing, they knew each other, they were associated through the LGBTQIA plus community. That's how they knew each other. They were allies. Eli and Isabel were allies for that community, and that's how they were associated with him. Fair
I think that
statement?
maybe knew how they knew of Jay Lee, and obviously they were friends on social media with
Yeah.
him by their statements.
Thank you.
You may redirect.
The hand. We'll actually just start with Eli Davis, or Eli and Isabel Teller.
Yes,
Said that they were, or I believe defense counsel said that they were engaged and living together.
yes,
Okay. And Eli and Isabel told you they didn't hang out with Jay Lee in person, didn't they?
right. They actually said they'd never seen him in that area before, and that they were friends on Facebook. That's what Eli said. And Isabel said she had actually lived at those apartments for approximately 2 years, and she had never seen Jay Lee in that area before, and it was out of the ordinary for Jay Lee not to be on social media.
Okay. And so they both confirmed to you that it would be unusual for Jay Lee to be in that area. Would that be correct?
Yes, they both said they'd never seen him in that area.
Something was brought up about Code Pink. What is Code Pink?
To my understanding, is like a show, like a drag queen show, where you have people perform.
So it was like a performance of drag queens.
Yes,
Okay,
that's to
just
my
wanted to make
understanding.
sure. So it was like, it wasn't I believe Kevin Cozart, did he tell you that he was a part of Code Pink?
Not specifically. He told me, like, that Jay Lee participated in that lifestyle, so so obviously he identified as male and presented as a female, so Kevin went into explaining to us that baby queens who have not,
Okay, so you said that lifestyle, but Code Pink is a performance organization, right?
yeah, it's like a show.
Okay,
That's how I
so
understand it.
you saying that Jay Lee participated in
Shows.
shows, like performances, dressed as a woman?
Yes.
Okay, so essentially, like on stage, like a drag queen?
Yes, I mean, I think even reviewing some of his social media back at that time, they were pictures of him
Okay,
on stage.
so I just wanted to be clear, Jay was participating in an organization that put on shows for like drag shows, correct?
Yes,
Okay,
and even Taylor, his sister,
Okay.
had mentioned that to me when I went to the hotel to speak with the parents, and they called her and put her on speakerphone.
so she,
She mentioned Code Pink.
yes, that it, okay. And are you at all familiar with like drag shows or anything like that, like personally?
Not enough to be well versed in it or to be able to explain it other than a performance.
Okay, yes. I just wanted to kind of outline, see if you had any personal experience or knowledge to that kind of performance. It's okay if you don't,
No,
but
I
you're
mean,
saying you don't?
I don't.
Okay. It was testified that some testimony was given about Jose. I'm going to show you a part of State's Composite Exhibit 6 that's previously been admitted into evidence. And while I'm looking for that, do you remember what date that y'all searched Jay Lee's apartment?
I want to say it was the 10th, but let me see.
But,
Search warrant of Jay Lee's room, yes, on July 10th.
okay. There was a earlier when we were testifying, I found, or you identified some items from Jay Lee's apartment. Do you remember that?
Yes,
Okay. Trying to look for a particular one. Do you remember seeing a card
there was a card in there
From-
Jose.
Jose? Just a second. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? And do you know when Ole Miss typically holds their graduation? Like what month?
May.
Okay. Could you please read what's in part of State's Exhibit 6?
My beautiful sister, you've done it, and I couldn't be prouder. You honestly are the epitome of dedication. You had your mind set on something and you accomplished it. I know firsthand how difficult it can be. I recall the phone calls and the text convoys. I knew it wasn't easy. It looks like baby maybe. But even through all the hardships, you powered through and earned that degree. I wish to have at least half of the determination and resilience that you have. And then it says on the other side, maybe certainly, that part is cut off. The next line, manifest it, can't read the last of that, and finessed it. I'm forever proud of you, Jimmy, my sister always, and now you should be, the card actually says, it's
And
not
who is it
Henry.
signed by?
Jose.
Jose Reyes?
Yes, that's the only Jose I know of.
Yeah, that person with me.
Sorry, what date did you say that was? I'm sorry.
The search warrant? Oh, I'm sorry.
Brief indulgence. I told you the witness, Your Honor.
This week to be finally excused.
Yes, Your Honor, by state.
Thank you, Mr. Captain. You're free to go, or you're welcome to stay with us, whichever one you like. I know what I was doing. They better not give me that option. All right, who would state, everybody good on the jury? Who would state call as his next witness?
Mark Hodges.
Mark who?
Hodges.
Mark Hodges, somebody who's Mr. Hodges.
And Your Honor, I wanted to take up a matter.
What now?
I wanted to take up a matter that may speed the process up outside the presence of the jury. It's based on the certificates,
Based on what?
self-authenticating certificates.
I'm gonna buy y'all some tennis shoes or some roller skates or something. We may buy, our juror on crutches, we may just get him some earbuds from stage so he can't hear nothing, anyway, it'd be easier on him.
Your Honor, those that are marked, I believe that's Exhibit 11, S11,
That's 12. so-
S12. The one on the very top,
Is that, let me ask you this, are that composite? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
positive exhibit, so they need to stay in order. But the very first one goes with the contents of Exhibit 13. That's going to be a receipt, photographs from bandit towing. We've had testimony that the car was towed, from the UPD officer provided testimony that the car was towed by bandit towing approximately 1:50 in the afternoon on July the 8th. And those are the business records of what they do. And there's a accompanying certificate on the very top of Exhibit 12.
So exhibit what?
12.
All right. I've got one here from Bandit Towing, signed by Michael Lee Kent Jr.
And then the second page of Exhibit 12 is going to be in reference to a video from Rainbow Cleaners that's S14.
It's a thumb drive of video.
Thumb drive of a video.
Okay. All right.
All right. We propose also the very next one.
Is this one that, there was some dispute about when y'all filed an objection to the self-authentication, is that correct?
Yes, Judge. Judge,
I'll let you finish up here, but I just need to get in my head what we're arguing about anyway. Go ahead, go ahead and make him, let him make his, the other exhibit so I can do them all at the same time, but I want y'all to be getting y'all ducks in a row while he was talking anyway.
Got 5 certificates.
I'm up to Molly Express anyway.
Third certificate is in regard to S16 for identification, which is a video from, it's called Molly Express. It's what we've been referring to as rockets.
Okay.
What?
Which one is that one?
The
Rockets?
You put a, hang on one second here. You got a sticker on 13. Did you pre-mark 14 and 15?
I left it out. That's going to be,
The stickers may be on the
Right.
drives themselves, not the envelope.
that's right.
Okay, all right, I'm good.
15 is a still shot from a UPD surveillance camera at Rebel and Jackson. I don't have a certificate on it. It is a university camera. And Ben Douglas is going to testify after Mark Hodges. He can authenticate it if Mark can't authenticate it.
Okay.
But it does not have a certificate from UPD since it was going to.
What we got right now is this information from Bandit Towing, Rebel, Rainbow Cleaners, Molly Express, AKA Rocket. What else you got?
CB Webb is going to be still shot from a video surveillance camera from it's a apartment complex on the other side of Rockets gas station. It's government owned. And it has the timestamp that you can compare to the Rockets video, the timing of it, when it was taken. And I believe that should be all of
You
that.
got CB Webb, you've got a Bluff West Marley Bar Trails certificate here.
All right. That's going to be the video from Molly Bar Trails from where you see the Jay Lee car enter Molly Bar Trail parking lot. And you see an individual that can identify.
Somebody leaving there anyway.
Right.
All
So
right.
that matches up with the timing of the video already in evidence of Keziah Carter picking Tim Herrington up.
All right, let me, if you want me to put all this together here anyway. All right. I'm gonna give it all back to you anyway.
Okay.
All right.
Now, there's,
Tell me what's been done as far as,
and just for the court's information, the last exhibit, marked for ID, is a map that shows the videos when they were taken in route and in sequential order.
all right? That's S19.
And I would point out that Keziah Carter has already provided testimony that after he picked Tim Herrington up at Rockets gas station, that he took him to Lafette Place.
All right. You tell me what previously the state has filed as far as notice or motion for self-authentication.
We did file that notice. This case was sealed by the court. We did not receive notification that there was any objection to anything by the defense to our notices until we showed up for hearing in Tippah
A
County.
week ago, Monday was a week ago.
And so even though there was a certificate of service on the back of that, the objections, we were not aware of that. Had we been aware of it, that had been filed on the date it was filed, we could have been put on notice to have all these people here locally to come in and testify about the surveillance videos. Rather than do that, to streamline the process, that's why we wanted to provide this notice to them and have that heard prior to being here in trial and do it in a more,
Now, let me ask you this. This states Exhibit 19, there's time reflected on there, start with 7:18, 7:21, 7:23, 7:23, and 7:34, 7:25, and 7:34. Are those time stamps on the videos that you're providing?
with the exception of the Molly Bar Trails video. That video, Mark Hodges can explain how he came up with the time. The time difference was wrong.
I want to make sure that it's clear. Mark Hodges actually went to Molly Bar Trails apartments and downloaded that video himself and from the system and corrected the time the way law enforcement officers do. So that's why the timestamp on the Molly Bar Trails video will be different, but it's because Mark, he actually can authenticate that himself.
The times.
We may deal with that one separately, but.
Understood.
All right, anything else the state wishes to talk about on the authentications of these? I believe all of them are, the first one was something from the tow company. Is that a video as well? Or
No,
was
sir.
it?
It's a receipt and photos that they took before they took the car.
All right.
I can't hear what you said.
He said that was a receipt and photos before they took the car, not a video, but some receipt for
Before they took what?
the car, towed the car, they made pictures of the car.
Bandit.
Yeah, the bandit, yeah. All right. Anything else the state wishes to offer before I turn to the defense and listen to them anyway? All right, I'll listen to you.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, I think that the first and most important thing to consider here is the procedure for certifying records of the regular conducted activity as the self-authenticating documents and the procedures in which that's done. Once the state files their notice of their intent, which they did on November 5th, they filed their notice of intent to have these specific list of documents be admitted as authenticated through that particular notice. Defense then, and Judge, for the record, that was filed under seal. I've got a copy with the filed stamp without an MEC heading. That was filed under seal. Like the majority of the documents in this case filed by the state, we have not received copies of the majority of the subpoenas, other items. We've had to go and get those copies from ourselves from the clerk's office once we notice a gap in MEC filings that, hey, I see a document 70 and a document 80, where are the 10 in between? We've had to go and get those. Once that notice is filed, we've got 15 days in which to object. Otherwise, they're...
Let me just say, if I work under the assumption that you filed an objection within the time period, tell me what the ramifications of that are.
Well, Judge, the requirement then is...
For a minute, let's forget about whether there's any dispute about when he filed it, when y'all answered it, who got notice. Let's just assume.
Well, I'll just represent, we did file within the proper time period.
All right, so let's just move on to, they filed a notice, you filed an objection there too. What's the score after that?
Well, so then, Judge, after that, the requirement, it's not a suggestion, it's a requirement under Rule 902D that the proponent must schedule a hearing on any objection, and the court should determine admissibility on the record before the trial or hearing at which it may be offered. If the court cannot do so, the record is not self-authenticating under this paragraph 11. Judge, this could have been, we could have had this hearing and addressed this issue up until the start of this trial, But because that did not happen, clear language of that rule is that these documents cannot be admitted as self-authenticating.
We talked about this issue sometime prior. I don't know if the court made a ruling at that time or what we did, but I know we have addressed this issue before. Somebody will have to refresh my memory on what.
Judge, if I apologize, when the state indicated to us that they had not gotten notice of it on the 25th, we immediately provided them a physical copy at that time. We had some informal discussions in chambers at that time, but the requirement's clear. They must schedule a hearing. There's been no hearing noticed, and aside from informal discussions, and to bring it for the first time today, on the second day of live testimony, it has not been addressed. Had this been at least addressed and scheduled, we could have had a hearing on this prior to impaneling the jury, and we could have had this issue, and they would have had whatever arguments they wanted to make. But it's clear under the rule that because they did not schedule a hearing, these documents cannot be self-authenticating.
I'll listen to the state response.
Your Honor, I wasn't at that prior hearing, so,
We're not.
I thought it was on the 26th. Somebody told me the wrong day.
If you weren't there, I'm gonna ask Mr. Creekmore to address this issue anyway.
We did switch. If you remember, we had that hearing set on Tuesday, when she was scheduled to be there, and we moved it to Monday based on the agreed order on the issue that we had on the expert witness on the documents.
There was a question about the admissibility of the search dog set for Monday of last week, and the issue of search warrant suppressions were set for Tuesday of last week. The Monday, the search dog issue was resolved, and we brought motions before the court on Monday of last week.
For the benefit of Judge Aiken.
I don't know if the motion for, I don't know if there was a notice of hearing on the issue of, on these exhibits, the self-authentications or not. I'll let somebody address that in a second. I don't know if it was noticed for hearing at that time, but I know it was discussed at that time. I don't remember if it was on the record or off the record. We discussed the issue of the self-authenticating documents. Would have been Monday of last week. I don't get me in line whether it's on the record or in chambers, but we did discuss those issues Monday of last week.
Now, if the court would permit, Gwen has a procedural argument. Procedural.
Okay, procedural, I'll let her talk. I'll let you talk about procedure. I'm gonna let these folks who was there talk about the facts anyway.
Oh, no, Your Honor, I'm not going to talk about the facts. It's just my understanding of what Mr. Janelle said.
But I think I have, my memory's pretty good on the timeline of what happened anyway, okay?
Your Honor, my understanding from reading Rule 902.11 is not that it says that the records shall per se be excluded. My understanding from reading it says that you have to file the notice, state specifically in writing if you have an objection, serve it within 15 days or later time if the parties agree, and then it says the proponent must schedule a hearing on any objection, and the court should determine the admissibility. It says if the court cannot do so, like if the court cannot determine the admissibility, the record is not necessarily self-authenticating. That doesn't mean that, that's just if the court cannot determine the admissibility. You can still determine the admissibility now.
I'll give you the last bite here. Go ahead.
Judge, I think perhaps the argument was misunderstood. I'm not saying that the items cannot be admitted. I'm saying they cannot be admitted as self-authenticating. The rule clearly says, and I'd like to read a little bit of the footnote from section 11. Subparagraph D provides that if objections are not decided before the trial, the proponent must plan to call the witness. It's not an issue about admissibility.
What was the objections?
The objection was to the custodial, the person they were saying was going to be the custodian of these records for the purpose of their admissibility. The objection was not based on admissibility, it was based on the custodial nature of it.
In particular, when you filed your objection, what did your objection say?
Judge, it was a lengthy list of objections, and I believe she's getting you a copy. But it still boils down to the fact that when self-authenticating records are offered against the defendant in criminal cases, the rights of the defendant under the confrontation clauses of both federal and state constitutions must be considered. And the rule's clear, Judge. I'm not saying that they can't have these records be admitted. I'm saying they must call the proper witness to do so.
I understand that.
And Judge, the only discussion that we had in chambers, which I'm going to represent to you, was off the record, was about potential records that may not need, the custody may not be an issue. We only discussed those as it related to Ryan Baker and Mike Burks. But regardless, by virtue of the filings in the procedure and the lack of a scheduled hearing, they must now call these witnesses.
I'm not, we were in Ripley last Monday. I said, I've been reminded here that the discussion about this was in chambers. I said I would address this matter when the time came. I also offered to be available Wednesday for any hearings anybody might want, or Friday for anybody might want. I'm not addressing all of the items that are asked to be self-authenticating. I'm dealing with these that have been presented to the court today, and the timelines that I've already heard testimony on, the timelines on the videos that are in the subject of those videos. The court's going to find that they're sufficient indicative of reliability that I'm going to allow those, if there's otherwise supporting evidence and a proper foundation is played, I am going to allow those to be introduced as self-authenticating. I noticed on the list that there are other videos from other jurisdictions that we don't have a time frame to reference to. You know, we don't have the testimony, I picked somebody up at this, when I got off work at this time, and my car went down this road, and this how far it was. I'm not ruling on those, but these particular items, I'm going to, when we have a point of reference of when something happened and when something else happened, I'm going to allow those to be introduced, if they're otherwise admissible, without the necessity of someone to authenticate those records. I'm not saying the same thing about, I noticed weighed equipment somewhere, some other location in some other towns where we don't have a point of reference on time, but, and I will give you a hearing, a separate hearing when sometime when the jury's not there waiting to decide if those will be. But as to these particular items that the state has proposed to be self-authenticating, I think there's sufficient indicative timing and reliability to permit those into, without a further hearing. But this ruling just extends to these that's been presented to the court.
All those exhibits.
These videos of, that say at 7:18, this car passed, I assume that's what they're gonna be. And at 7:25 and 7:32, a short time window. I'm not, just the ones that we've talked about so far.
Like, you know, the UPD, Your Honor, it's clear, UPD records, video, they don't need an authent certificate to get those in.
But when
But
we've had.
as far as the rainbow cleaners, we've had no testimony about that.
But I'm working under the assumption, and from the map they showed, this appears to be videos along the route that Mr. Fears, I believe, the guy that picked up the alleged.
Carter.
Carter. These appear to be a tracking of that vehicle.
Wrong.
Okay, if that's not the case,
It's the tracking of Jay Lee's vehicle.
the Jay Lee's vehicle.
Judge, the issue is we haven't had testimony to establish that they've even gotten to Mr. Herrington's apartment yet, because I believe, although I haven't seen that map, it's going to be the alleged vehicle leaving Timmy Herrington's apartment to Molly Bar Trails. We haven't gotten that far in this trial, Your Honor, and that's the point.
What it does is they do it backwards. We've got testimony in, Your Honor, of bandit towing at Molly Bar Trails. That's where they begin. And Mark Hodges goes out and he can authenticate that video that he collects and authenticate the timing of it. And then he begins to backtrack it, that vehicle, to the Rockets Express gas station, probably within 10 minutes of the Keziah Carter video.
That's if you can authenticate the first one, the video of it there at the apartment, come back, and these times seem to be matching up. I'm going to give you an opportunity to put on that proof first, and if the proof is satisfactory about where the starting point is, I'll let you have that short range. If there's a testimony of a vehicle 3 hours later in Grenada, Mississippi, I'm not stretching that far anyway.
I want to be clear for the record that we're going.
I'm gonna hear what this witness has to say, but if the witness can give us a good starting point, then I'll go from there. If the witness can't give us a good starting point, then we won't anyway.
Okay, yeah.
If the witness can give us a good starting point, this whole time frame is just a few minutes in length there anyway. If we can get a good starting point, and those are consistent time frames, I'll let them. All right, go ahead. All right, we're gonna have a little break here anyway. Dana needs an ink, and probably wouldn't hurt for us all to get one.
I'm gonna got them in order. I've got them in order. I'll let you look at them in just a second.
They ain't gonna be long.
Don't touch them.
Oh, I'm not gonna touch it.
We'll get back on the record, I'll say, I know they got notice. Court, the parties understand the court ruling, or where we start? All right, tell the jury in. And we need to quit at 5 today. We got something we got to take care of with the jury, so we need to quit at 5 today. Is that right? Yes. Ricky? Yes. We need to quit. So even if you're in mid-sentence, we're still gonna quit at 5, okay? Yes. Everybody back? Who'd you call as next witness?
Today we call Mark Hodges.
Come around, Mr. Hodges. Seat there. All right. You may proceed.
Tell us who you are and what you do.
Mark Hodges, I'm the Lieutenant of Investigations for the Oxford Police Department Criminal Investigations Division.
Okay. And how long have you been an investigator with OPD?
With OPD, 6 years, roughly.
Okay. Prior to that,
Prior to that, 2 extra additional years,
whereabouts?
Greenville, Mississippi.
All right, so in July of 2022, were you an investigator with the Oxford Police Department?
Yes, sir.
We've had testimony about the whereabouts of Jay Lee beginning on July the 8th of 2022. Were you aware of that?
I became aware, I believe, around the 11th.
Were you made known any information about Jay Lee's car?
Yes, sir.
All right, what was that information that was relayed to you?
That Bandit Towing had towed it from Molly Bar Trails Apartments.
Okay. Did you receive information from Bandit Towing about them towing a car from Molly Bar Trails around 1:50 p.m. on July the 8th?
Detective Scott Hollowell did, yes, sir.
Well, you would have been made aware of that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you find out what the car looked like based on that information?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall what kind of car it was?
It was a Ford Fusion.
All right. I'm going to hand you what's been previously marked as for ID as Exhibit S13. If you can look at that exhibit. Yeah, I'm sorry.
It was at S13?
S13. We'll just review that exhibit, look at all the photos, see if you recognize it.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
All right. In the vehicle, were you able to identify who that vehicle belonged to?
Yes, sir, that was Jay Lee's vehicle.
All right, and even on the tag, it had Jay Lee on the back of it?
Yes, sir.
Was the car distinctive?
Yes, sir.
Why was it distinctive?
It has a gold, I guess what you'd call a racing stripe down the front, the hood.
All right, now, are you familiar with those types of documents that would have been collected or gathered by OPD from bandit towing?
The
Type of documents?
tow receipt?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And their photos also attached to that towing receipt. Is that, in your experience, common for the towing company to do that?
Yes, sir.
Just in the regular course of business?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that this exhibit be received into evidence.
I will note objections to the state. Okay, I have continued objection. I'll note those, and, but I will admit it into evidence. All right? 13 will be admitted.
All right. If you could hand it to the reporter. Are you familiar with the layout and parking area of Molly Bar Trail's apartment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you describe that for the jury?
It's a one-way in, one-way out apartment complex. When you go in, it makes a circle.
So the entrance is the exit?
Yes, sir.
No other entry, no other exit?
No, sir.
All right. Now, are you familiar with the surrounding area for Molly Bar Trails?
Yes, sir.
All right, can you describe that for the jury?
It's Molly Bar Road. If you were to take a right out of the apartment, leaving the apartment complex, you would run to a three-way stop right there. It's Molly Bar and McElroy. Right there at that corner is the convenience store that they've called Rockets.
Okay. And behind that, are there any trails or walking areas? What's behind Molly Bar Trail apartment complex?
The woods and the airport.
Okay. Do you know, if you do, let the jury know, is that airport fenced?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was it significant to you that Jay Lee's car was found there? And what did you do when you learned that information?
When we learned that Bandit Towing towed the vehicle from that location, that gave us a starting point to start working backwards to try to figure out where the car had been.
Okay.
So I went to Molly Bar Trails and spoke with the management, asked them if it was possible for me to review the camera footage, download it. They agreed, showed me where the server room was. I went in there and downloaded the footage.
Did you find the footage of Jay Lee's car entering into the complex?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now then, let me back up just a little bit. Do you know what area of the parking lot Jay Lee's car was found in by Bandit Towing?
By Bandit Towing? Yes, sir, pretty much. I believe it's got a number on the ground.
Okay. Do you know what that number is? Is it listed on that exhibit?
It's 43.
All right. So you went to the management at Molly Bar Trails and looked through video surveillance. Were you able to secure that footage?
Yes, sir.
All right. Have you reviewed that footage?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to hand you,
Your Honor, I think your court understands our objection on the grounds of relevancy to it this time. I understand it's probably conditional, but this time procedurally, I think we need to object on the grounds of relevance. As to all these
I'm going to note your record and overrule your objection.
thank you. Hand you an exhibit. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
If you don't mind looking kind of in contents in that envelope and see if there's a jump drive?
Yes, sir.
All right, it's got an exhibit sticker on it.
Yes, sir.
What's that exhibit sticker?
S18?
S18 for identification. Have you reviewed the contents of that?
Yes, sir.
And how do you know?
Because I watched it.
All right, and what'd you do after you reviewed it?
Put it in the envelope.
Okay, and did you put your initials and date?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you reviewed the contents.
Yes, sir.
Does it accurately depict the footage that you obtained from Molly Bar Trails Apartments
Yes, sir.
with Jay Lee's car?
Yes, sir.
Now that the state would ask that Exhibit 18 be received in evidence.
I'll note the objection of the defense, but I will admit it anyway. Your objection's been duly noted.
All right, and then from the time that you identified Jay Lee's car on that video, what did you do next as far as trying to find any other footage of that, movements of that vehicle?
We started working backwards, securing video.
Okay. Did you find any other videos?
Yes, sir. We found videos and photos.
All right. What was the next video closest to Molly Bar Trails that you found?
It's okay for me to check my notes.
Sure. Is that okay, Your Honor?
Yes, it's fine.
All right.
Next thing would be a photo from CB Webb.
Okay. What is CB Webb?
It's a housing complex. It is right across from Rockets.
All right. Is that on Molly Bar Road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you find anything from CB Webb surveillance camera?
Yes, sir. We were able to obtain a photo of Jay Lee's car coming by.
Angie, what's been marked as Exhibit 17?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize the image depicted in that photo?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
That is a photo of Jay Lee's car.
All right. If you don't mind, set that exhibit aside for right now. That image is depicted in that image is also Rocket's business.
Yes, sir.
Convenience store, gas station, correct?
Correct.
All right. Were you able to get or secure footage of Jay Lee's car from Rockets as
Yes,
well?
sir.
All right, I'm going to hand you, it's been marked for ID as Exhibit 16. If you don't mind looking that envelope, can you identify the contents?
Yes, sir.
What is that, and how can you identify it?
That is a thumb drive containing the video from Rockets. Inside the thumb drive is labeled S16.
All right,
On the envelope, it has my initials and the date.
and have you reviewed that footage?
Yes, sir.
All right. Does it accurately depict what you observed when that footage was obtained by law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
All right, now then, Your Honor, I would ask that Exhibit 16 be received into evidence.
16 is the rocket.
Yes, sir.
With having noted any other objections other than that that's been previously. All right, the objection be noted, and I'm going to admit it.
All right. Now
16 will
then,
be admitted.
thank you, Your Honor. If you'll hand it to her. did you compare the timestamp on Exhibit 16 to the timestamp on what's been marked for ID in Exhibit 17,
sir.
the CB web? And did you make any observations about the time?
Pretty much correct.
What do you mean by that? How were you able to determine that they were correct?
They're time-stamped.
Okay. So the timestamp in Exhibit 16 and 17, what did they tell you?
Not understanding.
Permission to publish Exhibit 16.
You may do so.
Gwen, can we talk to the judge while they're doing that real quick? Can I talk?
I know it. It's all right. 7:23,
Yes, sir.
July 8th, 2022, 7:23 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Was that timestamp consistent or similar to the timestamp from the CD web in Exhibit 17?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what was that timestamp on? Well, Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask that Exhibit 17 be received into evidence.
Well, holding the defense continued objection, it would be admitted.
All right. Now then,
Let her stamp it. Let her mark it. Go ahead.
so you've got that timestamp of Jay Lee's car from CB Webb and Rockets. Where did you go after that?
After Rockets, we went, we got a photograph from Jackson and Rebel.
All right, and where did that surveillance video come from?
UPD.
All right, we've already had testimony that their UPD and Ole Miss have cameras. Is that from an Ole Miss UPD camera?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is Rebel and Jackson Avenue? Where's that located?
It's in the city of Oxford.
All right. Where's Jackson Avenue from where we are in the courthouse?
Jackson Avenue. Let me see. We got myself turned around up in here.
That's North Lamar and that's South Lamar. Where's Jackson Avenue?
Jackson Avenue is the road going this way.
Going that way? And if you were going to go on Jackson Avenue to Rebel Drive, where would you go?
Go that way.
And if you were to turn left on Rebel Drive, would you be on campus?
You'd be on the University of Mississippi campus.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would, well, let me approach. Hand you Exhibit 15. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, sir.
2 pages?
Sir?
2 pages?
Yes, sir.
Does that accurately depict images taken from that surveillance camera at Rebel and Jackson Avenue?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask that this be received as the
Numbers that,
18,
15.
15.
15. Jackson previously made by the defense, we know it would be admitted into evidence.
All right. Now, from there, were you able to find any other video surveillance depicting Jay Lee's car in the same general time frame?
Yes, sir.
Where was that?
Rainbow Cleaners.
What is Rainbow Cleaners and where is it?
It's a laundry cleaning service. It's on Jackson Avenue.
I'm going to hand you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 12. Do you recognize that? And if so, how?
Yes, sir. I recognize it because it's got my initials and the date on it.
All right. Have you reviewed the contents contained on that jump drive?
Yes, sir.
And what does that depict?
What is it, what?
Depict?
It's the Rainbow Cleaners video.
All right. Does it accurately depict Jay Lee's car
Yes, sir.
driving? Okay. Does it also have the timestamp consistent or similar to these other videos?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask that this be received as the state's next exhibit.
Has it been marked? Hang on a second, has it been marked yet?
Yes, sir.
What number is marked at?
14.
14. All right. Come on, move back. With additional objection noted, I'm going to admit S14, the Rainbow Cleaner video into evidence.
All right. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for ID as Exhibit 19. You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now then, were you able to find any other videos, video surveillance in Oxford within that time frame regarding Jay Lee's vehicle?
No, sir.
All right. Now, you started at Molly Bar Trails because that's where the towing company picked up his car on July the 8th at 1:50 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And then from there, you work backwards. So the first video sequentially that you see is that Rainbow Cleaners video, correct?
Correct.
All right. Permission to publish that to the jury?
Let me ask you this, that's been admitted, you may publish it, that's S-14.
There it is.
That's all.
Do you have the exact time frame queued up of when you observed Jay Lee's car?
It should be 7/18/53.
All right, first of all, before you play it, just kind of orient the jury to what roadway this is and where that camera is facing.
That is Jackson Avenue that you see right there, the roadway. The area with the lines that you see, the arrows, that is actually Rainbow Cleaners, the drive-through.
Now, can you tell the jury where that car, when you're going to see that car from this point in the video?
You will see it first from the right side of the screen.
All right, traveling toward the courthouse
Yes, sir.
on Jackson Avenue?
Yes, sir.
All right, and will there be any other vehicles before they see the Jay Lee vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe it?
I believe it's a white truck with a trailer.
Okay.
Right there. And that's Jay Lee's car.
Now then, from there, the next video camera sequentially is going to be the photo frame from UPD, correct?
Correct.
All right, and what was the time stamp from Rainbow Cleaners?
It was 7/18/53.
7/18/53?
Yes, sir.
AM?
Yes, sir.
All right. On that freeze frame. Permission to publish Exhibit 15.
Okay.
All right. Looking at Exhibit 15, this is Rebel Jackson video, camera from UPD.
Y'all see, y'all.
Is that better?
It's on the little screen. I don't get it. It's playing on the
I'm sorry,
monitor,
Judge.
not-
I'm sorry, Judge.
You're welcome to stand there with us if you like.
Is that from the Rebel Jackson surveillance?
Yes, sir.
Now, was there a timestamp on that?
Yes, sir.
don't mind, I'm gonna hand it to you. You got your glasses with you?
Yes, sir.
All right, where's that timestamp located?
The top left corner,
And what does it say?
that is going to be 7/21, I believe, 56.
Okay. So later in time from the rainbow clearance?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now then, from there, of course, you said. Yeah, where, that's on Rebel Jackson. Where's that located in relation to Rainbow Cleaners?
It is going east.
Are there any stoplights in between there and Rebel, in between Rainbow Cleaners and Rebel Jackson Avenue?
Yes, sir.
All right. How many?
You have Fraternity Row, Country Club, and then Rebel and Jackson. Stoplights.
Is there a stoplight at Rebel and Jackson?
Yes, sir.
And a turn signal at that Rebel Jackson intersection?
To turn on to Rebel.
All right. Now, the next video sequentially is going to be the Rockets video
Yes, sir.
and CD Web.
The CD web photo, yes, sir.
And before we get there, on that second photo, second page of Exhibit 15, were you able to notice any distinctive features in that image?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
The racing stripe on the hood.
What about the rims of the car rims? of
The
car?
rims on the car as well.
Now, Exhibit 17 is going to be from the CB web. Video camera, surveillance camera. Did it have a timestamp on it?
Yes, sir.
All right, what was that timestamp?
7/23/50.
All right. And again, were you able to see that that was the same car that was on the Rebel Jackson as well as the Rainbow Cleaners video?
Yes, sir.
Now then, across the street, you have Rockets or, they call it Molly Express.
I think so. I still call it Rockets.
Everybody still refers to it as Rockets, correct? All right, and Jeremy, that's going to be 7/23/21. Did you observe the car?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm gonna run it back. And when you see that car that was in the other videos from Rainbow Express Cleaners to Rebel Jackson, CB Web, just tell the jury when you see it.
Okay.
We'll stop.
right there.
Okay. And what, if you can, John, can you step down and identify the timestamp on it? If you don't mind, step down and identify the timestamp and date of that video. Can she hear you?
July 8th, 2022.
All right. Good, Exhibit 18. All right, now the video from Molly Bar Trails. You went down, you talked to the management there and got access to the video surveillance, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, there were, if you can, remind the jury of what was important to you when you went through and looked through all that video footage. What were you looking for?
Jay Lee's car.
So the car had been moving in that direction based on what you backtracked from this video, based on what we've seen just the last few minutes
Yes, sir.
for the jury's benefit?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, were you able to establish that the time was consistent with the videos from Rainbow Cleaner, Rebel, Jackson, UPD camera, CB Web, and the Rockets video, and the Molly Bar Trails apartment complex surveillance system?
Yes, sir.
All right. How were you able to do that?
By watching the other videos and seeing the other vehicles besides Jay Lee's car pass through.
All right. Now, if you can, we're going to, Jeremy, if you'll put that on 2017. Yeah, if you look at the date on here, it says July the 7th, 2022, and it's got 2017.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how many hours it was off?
The video was 12 hours and 52 minutes off.
And how were you able to make that adjustment?
Looking in the settings, the system for some reason was set to Greenwich Mean Time. Looking at that, I needed to subtract 5 hours. Then once you subtracted 5 hours and I looked at my watch versus the real time on the live video, it was,
Part of it went into something that only the owner of the business could do. The custodian of the record has not been identified as that particular person.
Okay. Do you want me to respond from here?
I want y'all to approach the bench anyway. short out here, but I'm not gonna make y'all sit here, to let me listen, have to listen, wait on me to listen to it. I'm gonna let y'all take your evening break. They're gonna feed you. We're gonna start back with witness in the morning, every court discussion. Don't discuss the case, don't let anyone discuss the case with you. Don't express or form any opinion, don't let anyone express opinions to you. Don't investigate the case. Have any problem with this, listen to ours, let the court know. Y'all go, we'll have a good evening, we'll have a good meal, and I'll see y'all back here at 9 o'clock tonight. 9 o'clock, if everybody good to start, or y'all wanna start earlier?
9 o'clock's fine.
Door shut. All right, let's go back on the record. At our bench conference, I said I wanted to hear exactly what this officer did in computing time at the Molly Bar Trails Apartment video. After I do that, I'll make some decision on the ruling, but I didn't want to do that and then try to bring the jury back in. It's just close to 5 o'clock anyway. So go ahead, I'll let you try to, in some detail, let this officer tell me what he did in trying to calculate time at Marley Bar Trail Apartments video, and you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I want to make it clear, you've already testified, you were the officer that actually went and secured this video footage, correct?
Correct.
So you physically went to their site and gathered the video?
Correct.
All right. Now then, how, is it common for you as an investigator to look for surveillance evidence for whatever reason?
Yes.
All right. Is it common for you to go look at some business around Oxford, their surveillance system, and the time not be accurate?
Correct. Yes.
That's common.
Yes.
All right. So do you have a standard practice for what you do in order to, hey, this camera system's time is not accurate?
Yes.
And what is that?
We look at our watch, and then you look at the actual live view of the camera system, and you compare the time. If the time is wrong, you compare it to whatever. If the time on the system is wrong, you compare it to whatever the time is on your watch, and if you have to make an adjustment, add, subtract to get the correct time.
All right. Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
All right. And you have a pretty big discrepancy because here it's July the 7th.
Yes.
And you're trying to track down July the 8th. Did you observe their system with your own eyes?
Yes, sir.
And what did you find?
That the system was set to Greenwich Mean Time, and then it was also off an additional 7 hours and 52 minutes.
For a total of how many hours and minutes?
12 hours and 52 minutes.
Did you make that adjustment?
Yes.
And with that adjustment, did you go back to Molly Bar Trail's apartment and secure more footage?
Yes, sir.
Consistent with the calculations that you made?
Yes, sir.
And when you made that adjustment and secured that footage, what did you find?
The footage that we needed showing Mr. Jay Lee's vehicle coming into the complex.
All right. But there's also another part of that too. Do you see anything else in that video surveillance besides Jay Lee's car coming into Molly Bar Trails?
Yes, sir.
What do you see?
Later on in the day, you see the tow truck.
No, before that. After the car is there, do you see any individual shortly after the car comes in?
Yes, sir.
What do you see?
You see Mr. Herrington jogging out of the apartment complex.
All right, and I represent to you that minutes later, we've already had evidence come in from Rocket's surveillance system that shows Tim Herrington getting into a vehicle with Keziah Carter.
Judge, I don't mean to interrupt, but I think that as the point that he's cleared up the methodology in which he used to calculate that time, I followed and understood it. I do think it's a proper mathematical. We would withdraw our objection as to that matter.
Okay, that sounds good enough anyway. I would like to clarify the record, I understand, because I get this right in my head, and there ain't no jury here. You said you later obtained other video and compared times on that. Is that what you said?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I believe he said he later obtained other videos from this thing, and did you say I didn't hear good. Did you say he compared the times on?
I think I can understand. I think when he first went to Molly Bar, he didn't know the time was off. So when he got July 8th, it was just, he didn't even see Jay Lee's car drive by, that's the only way it could go. So when he realized the time was off, he went back and got another footage to see, he corrected it, like, let me check this other area. That's what he was trying to say. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, the first bit of footage that we got was incorrect because the time frame was off. Then once I made the adjustments, I was able to get the right footage that we needed.
And this was sometime that same day, bandit towing would appear at that same time. Is that correct?
1:50 p.m.
What?
Bandit towing is 1:50 p.m. 1:50.
50.
So that bandit towing comes and gets the car at 1:50 p.m. on July the 8th. Is that what you're asking?
Well, I was wondering was there a video on that, and was it 12 hours and 52 minutes off as well? Is what I thought he was saying, but
Yes, sir.
I obviously didn't understand. I wanted to make, is that what he was saying or not anyway?
Yes, Your Honor, that's what he's saying. He said, yes, when you see that, it's also 12 hours and 52 minutes off.
All right. Well, I thought that was what he was saying, but I wasn't sure if I heard right or not. That's what I took it to mean, but I wanted to make sure. All right. The objection has been withdrawn, and we'll start back up here in the morning. Austin, don't discuss your testimony with anyone between now and tomorrow when we return to witness stand, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right? I'm going to be here before 9 o'clock in the morning. I'll be here by no later than 8:45. I would encourage y'all to do here. Let's not be late tomorrow. I know you won't be. You're a good boy. And I know you won't be.
We're also good boys, Judge.
But, all right, court be in recess until the jury will be back at 9 o'clock in the morning. We may take up some matter before then.